Hello, hello. Hello, hello. So today we will be continuing the Mount Aquila hunt that has been quite some time that I have been doing that. And we'll be going into second phase on Galarian Darumaka as well. In a different place this time. There's other cool things that you can find in the Rouch and the northern part specifically. It's interesting things indeed. The unfortunate part is, of course, the highest number that Darumaka can appear, I'm pretty sure, anywhere is a whole 5%. Which, you know, it is a decent amount, but it's not too high. Then again, don't be expecting too much anyways. Tend to be making the rare Pokemon hard to find. Surprise, surprise. But I do be finding the table that is there though, the encounter table that is. I do be finding it quite interesting. To be indeed. Anyways. Yeah, we are 5k in on the Mount on Aquila. That is the amount that I did do. Or did get to last time that I was doing it. Yep. Let's go ahead and start it then. I'll quickly move you there. Yeah, there's probably gonna be visible ones to be seen there as well, because there's aggressive ones like Sneasel over here. Starting out with a double Sneasel, I see. It's interesting. I think it's... yeah. And then played that game in such a while. Yeah, Darmage is only available with the random encounters. It's the only way indeed. As I said, it do be a 5%. It should be boosted though, because it is with the Pokédex thing. Like it is showing in my Pokédex there, like as a capturable thing, like recommended thing. So it should technically be a little bit higher than the usual 5%. I don't know by how much it is. It is the only, like... how is it? The random one that is like that, though. Because the other two are Sneasel and Capchu. I'm gonna double check, though. I need to restart the game for whatever reason. It did say to me that I need to connect to the internet in order to play the game. Because the weird thing was that I was connected to the internet. It is still there, yeah. So technically should be higher then. And yeah, the usual encounter table for this location is 28% above in the snow. 5% Darumaka. 30. Oh, it didn't run away there. Weird. 35%. No, not 35. 30% Vanillish because I'm playing Shield Sword, not Shield. 25% Bear Chick, 10% Snowman, 2% Stone Churner. Interesting table. Wouldn't mind to be getting Stone Churner, of course. It's... oh my god. Would be a very nice find indeed. And not like running into a Snom straight away. Snom is not a visible encounter in here. But yeah, I usually don't like intentionally use the Pokédex recommendation thing. If it happens to be there to the one that I'm hunting on, then it is. Then it is, you know. Apart from that, I'm not usually trying to use it. I know that there is a very good usage for it, of course, and I understand. A very good usage for it. Oh my god, there's so many Sneasels. Trying to actually find a better place. I think I know where it is, actually. I'm gonna quickly go there. I think it should be like down here. There's only like one Pokemon there, so it's a little bit easier to dodge. We found a Snom first. I mean, I guess as long as I don't find Stone Churner before the Darumaka. Send those two there. There we go. I wish to be up to date. But yeah, hopefully everyone is having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself indeed. As usual, nothing too bad going on at all. Nothing too bad at all. I will say that I kind of would wish that Galarian Darumaka still would be having a secondary typing, so you know, could be getting it as a higher percentage. But then again, it is available indeed in Snow Slide Slope, so as a visible encounter, so there it is a little bit easier. I honestly kind of would wish that Capture would be there instead of Snover, because Snover is a maybe slightly bigger hitbox. What a snow. Not a snow. I know it doesn't really matter too much, but I did go ahead and heal the party. Doesn't really do anything indeed. Yeah, neither of the games have a charm. The Ultramoon file is literally just... it's literally just a file that I did do the ghost only thing. It's literally that. I mean, at least we're hitting the 10%, I guess. Hmm? Well, the ice cream ones should really be showing up. Yeah, my problem with honestly with Darumaka is that... of course, since it is, you know, an ice Pokemon in this Galarian form, which I still prefer over the normal one myself, is of course there's a lot of like ice types there that I don't really care for around each, like Bearchick, Vanillish. Not Vanillish, that's yeah, Vanillish, it's Vanillish. And I guess also the Snover line, more or less. I just don't really care too much myself. They're not bad Pokemon, they're not bad shinies, but I either have them already or I'm just not too interested in getting them, you know. Which is, you know, fine. Oh, there we go. There is the happy guy. Absolutely love it to the bits. Such a lovely fella indeed. There's also a 1% chance in here to be finding a very visible one. A funny steel dragon. Which wouldn't be too bad to find. Oh. Didn't mean to run into you as well, but it's fine. As I said, Capture would be the best one to be getting as the small Pokemon that is, you know, just chilling there. Because it is indeed small Pokemon and it's not aggressive. I guess another good one could be Sneasel, but the problem is indeed that it is aggressive. Oh, already another one? Nice. Thank you. As I said before, I don't think that I will be doing anything too much on the Ultra Moon when I do be getting something there. I don't think I will indeed. It would be very funny to be finding the Darumaka very quickly. I mean, I most likely will be going, of course, for another one, so it's not like it would be the end of the world. So, you know, I kind of would like to be getting the evolution as well. Would be quite hilarious indeed, though. But I just... At the same time, I don't think that I would be getting it, like, too easily. Because I'm happy if I, like, depending on, of course, where I'm hunting it. Do I hunt it on Route 10 or Snow Slide Slope? I'll be happy if I will be getting it, like, done in 5 phases. That would be insane. Be insane indeed. The fun thing is, by the way, that if I would be getting another shiny Alolan Sandslash, we'll be completing that, I guess. You know that line indeed. I was kind of thinking of doing the Darumaka on Route 8 because, you know, it's a more unusual location, but like it's like 1%. Yeah, I rather not take the 5% away. %5 is still quite a nice one indeed. It is quite funny though, because I'm more be going for version exclusive, and unfortunately in these games, the version exclusives, they tend to be like ridiculously rare, in most places at least. Because the Galarian Farfetch is also 5%. But the problem is that I want to be going for the version exclusives. This is my only sword file that I'll be playing, most likely. Or at least for a little while. Will be indeed like that. It's funny how in both locations there is nice weather going about. Unfortunately in Mount Lanakila it doesn't really like actually show it in battles, but it is there, like if you're doing rounds there though. I will say one thing that I don't completely understand is the why is there weathers in like in quotes random routes in Sword and Shield? So of course, like from like past games, it was only like if there is a weather in the route, there it is always gonna be that one weather, you know. But like, in Sword and Shield it can be varying quite a bit. It doesn't vary too much though. It would be interesting. It's especially interesting because some places... Thank you. Oh, hello. It's especially interesting because you know, if you would be checking out encounter tables on like certain websites, they would be displaying even for caves like different weathers, and I'm like, huh? There's so many weathers in the. There's so many weathers in the caves, most definitely. It's like super confusing as well because, like, you know, sometimes you're looking for one specific thing and it's like showing that it's available in, I don't know, somewhere in a certain weather, but like the weather never occurs in there. It's literally only ever going to be like the one weather, which is usually the clear one. Oh, I used Ice Beam. You use Slash, you're smart. Huh? Uh, huh? Sneasel moved fast because of the Quick Claw? Uh-huh. Excuse me? I'm confused. Why are you displaying that? I mean, I guess you can have a Quick Claw, but what? Let's see, I'm interested. Yeah, it has a 5% chance to be having a Quick Claw, but... I'm running away from it. The Sneasel is moving faster than normal because of the Quick Claw. I'm running away. I surely have seen that before, but it's strange nonetheless. It doesn't make it any less strange whatsoever. Confusion. Confusion indeed. Yeah, I don't know how many encounters we can get done to the Darmaka today, but I don't know. It is kind of looking like more or less 100 in an hour is going to be each. Unfortunately, the thing is that since they are random encounters, they are technically going to be a little bit slower than, you know, normal. Like if you would be just running into the visible ones instead. Yeah, it will be interesting to see when we are gonna be seeing our first... Dude. Who is also known to be a stone churner. Because technically... I should be able to siege twice in 100 encounters since it is 2%. Then again, they're just the chances. I mean, I will take these. Valerian Darmagus, indeed. Yeah, it is just so unfortunate that I can't really be doing anything too much to the encounter tables. I mean, I will say one thing that could be quite interesting, since, you know, if you're making curry, it's more likely that it's gonna be on the rarer side of the encounter table. But of course, like, curry hunting, the problem with that is that I don't actually know how long it takes, but I would like to say, like, you can get an encounter, maybe like 1 minute. Or something like that, I would like to say. Then again, I'm definitely not too sure about it, but... do be what it do be. So one thing that I didn't make sure is that do they have any scary moves? I'm sure they won't. I'm not even that high level. And I guess the only like scary move that they could be having is sheer cold. They're only level 46 though. Or like somewhere around there at least. The good thing is that I don't need to care about sheer cold. Only works on Pokemons if they are lower level. Because the thing is that I don't really see these dudes to be having anything scary. It's a little too late now anyway, so I guess I could be checking them out, but I doubt that they would be having anything scary. Oh, it's probably gonna be the snow run there indeed. Oh, it has Wood Hammer, the Abominable Snow. That's probably the scariest move. As in Grain, Swagger, and there's also Ingrain, Swagger, and Icy Wind, so I don't really need to be caring about it. Woodhammer, it is a scary move for sure. But I will say that there is more scarier moves than Woodhammer. I will say also one thing that I'm not gonna be too upset if I would be losing the Abominable Snow. It is a little sad, but I'm not gonna be the most upset if I would be losing it. Gonna see soon what is the other one's moveset. Oh, that can be actually scary. I'm gonna check out that. Okay, that's not scary, because I was thinking about Galarian Darumaka. It has Bellytron, but it's gonna be failing if it uses it once. Like, it can be KO'd from that. Oh, I didn't get past it. I thought I could be squeezing by. I know Woodhammer has recoil, but not like it's gonna be that bad. Oh no. Oh, double Sneasel once again, nice. Funnily enough, Woodhammer. Oh, that's actually quite bad. We'll be fine. And a Sneasel. Ice Cream has Ice Beam, Mirror Coat, Acid Armor, and Uproar, so like nothing to be worried about. Nothing at all. You would be getting sheer cold, but not high enough level for that. It's the Vertic has it. If it is level 46, it can be having sheer cold. Well, like nothing again to be too much worried about. It can be having sheer cold, but apart from that, I don't really care about the moveset. I guess the only one right now that is a little bit worrying is indeed Abominous Snow. I guess that is indeed. And I think that we absolutely need to be worrying about Snom. It has Powder Snow and Struggle Bug. Very scary. Stone Churner, the dude that we haven't even seen once. Has Body Slam, Rock Slide, Stealth Rock, and Stomp. It has so many moves that it actually learns like so late. That's interesting. Okay, so like the only thing that I need to be worried about is indeed the Woodhammer. I'm actually check one thing about the Woodhammer though. Is it like guaranteed to be having it, or is it only a chance to be having it? Oh, it is. Okay, it's always gonna be having it. Okay. Same thing, I think I should be safe on the Mondlon Aquila as well. Can I get... Oh, I mean, I guess I can encounter you, but I would have liked to be getting a random encounter instead. Oh, Capture, nice. Yeah, if I would be getting a bonus, I will be fine. I'll be easily be able to capture it. For sure. I mean, I have it on the decks. Or I have it captured. I would like to say that it's most likely because of Dynamax Adventures. I don't really see another reason why it would be. It's not like I have been trying to be getting it, I don't think, at least. I mean, if I have, then you know, whatever. It is what it is. Hello. How are you doing? Oh, you didn't want to run away? Oh, you again meant that menu? Why? The Sneasel kinda see me through the wall. Oh, thank you. Hope you're lucky as well with your hunts. Are you doing yourself any hunting today? Oh, I cupped you. Nice. I mean, the thing is that, yeah, that is quite lucky, honestly. At least the good thing is that you're doing it kind of in the right time, because not too long time ago, like few years ago, it was discovered that the catch combo, people were using it wrong. I would say one thing that Let's Go games still are for me one of those nice games that it's pretty chill to do shiny hunting in them. Like, surely you need to be paying attention. You need to be like paying attention, but at the same time it's kind of quite chill. Oh. Yeah. I mean, if you want to be doing the catch combo, that is, if you just want to be getting the higher chance for like certain Pokemon to be appearing, then like 31 combo is good enough. I guess only 11 would be good enough. Even. But yeah, if you want to be using the catch combo method, you need to be capturing more and more, because it only applies to the next spawn of that Pokemon. But that was the thought for years before it was indeed discovered that it was wrong. Yeah. 11 should be enough. They technically spawn even at lower, but it's just... They technically... They don't need that requirement, but they are just going to be more common. Yeah. I don't think that the chance gets better after the 31 combo. It's just applying to the next spawn of the catch combo Pokemon. It's applied to. Yeah, it's unfortunately in most places though in Let's Go games there is not like a good place to be resetting the spawns like that. There's few places for sure, but in most places there is... It's not a good place to be doing that. Nice. I will say, honestly, Peachy from that line is, for me, kind of disappointing. I do be liking more the evolutions. Peachy, it's fine. Evolutions are definitely better as shinies. Oh, thank you for the follow. Jeez. Capture. It is interesting to still hear that people are hunting in Let's Go, though. It isn't usually the game that people like go back and hunt in. I know that both like Let's Go and especially Legends Arceus, they are easy games to be doing like a living decks in. Which is, you know, understandable, there's few Pokemons and it's quite a good way to be getting that done easily because of all the methods. For me, the problem with like Let's Go is that yeah, shiny hunting it do be fun. Yeah, for me personally, I don't dislike, but I don't definitely go for Let's Go hunting. Because the thing is with Let's Go that in Legends Arceus there is alpha Pokemon, which are, you know, kind of special. In Let's Go there really isn't anything like that special. There's some like rare spawns for sure, but that's about it. Oh, so nice. Here I'm in 1DA. Very lovely. I'm currently at my Dynamax Adventure Hunt in 225 checks in for Eveltal. Be continuing it on Saturday. Most likely indeed. I think one interesting stat would be kind of cool to be seeing in a Pokemon game someday is how many times you have used a certain Pokeball. It would be especially cool to be seeing because of like Dynamax Adventures where you're probably gonna be using a lot of them. Yeah, that is how luck works sometimes. Luck is a fun thing. I don't mind. I would like to say that I'm usually quite a unlucky with my shinies. And there is like ridiculously, like I get ridiculously lucky though sometimes. But I don't mind it. Nice. My first ever shiny was like that. I was trying to complete the Pokédex. Was about getting a ghastly. Oh, it has weird gas. Yeah. Random and unexpected shinies are the best. I guess the thing is, even though you are shiny hunting, it's probably gonna be quite unexpected to be getting anything. Yeah. That is definitely one of the, like, challenges, like, Professor Oak's challenge, no matter what you do it, shiny-wise or non-shiny-wise, it's always gonna be a bit of a task to be doing it. Because there is always the one Pokemon that is ridiculously hard to be getting, or ridiculously to evolve at that point into the game. Yeah. I have done myself one Professor Oak's challenge. And it was in... I don't remember which one was it, Fire Red or Leaf Green, one of the two. I will say though that one of the stupidest things that you could honestly do is... like, one of the hardest, like, Professor Oak's challenges that you could actually do is in Sword and Shield. Because all the... then Pokemons... yeah... Bulbasaur and Pikachu, they are in the rare side. So yeah, that's understandable. I mean, yeah... But the thing is, so usually Professor Oak's challenge is made with only one copy of the game. So you will be getting only like one game's version exclusives, for example. So you wouldn't be getting the 3 other starter or 2 other starters. Because all the starters are only available after you have gotten the national decks in the Grand Underground. But yeah, I think that indeed Professor Oak's challenge, one of the hardest one, has to be in Sword and Shield. Because the Denny things, they are so annoying to be getting all of them there. It's ridiculous, like if you actually start to think about it, like how many Pokemons you get access to like straight away. Yeah, have a great day. Good luck with your Shiny Professor Oak's challenge. And have a great day indeed. Thank you. I understand it's cool to be having like cool shaved grass patches. But sometimes I would just wish that they would be just like squares. I can probably unblock the Joy-Cons. Don't really see a reason why I need to be having them charging. As I will still say one thing that in my opinion is nicer about route hunts instead of the wild area hunts in Sword and Shield definitely is that you know, I can use only one Joy-Con easily. Technically I could be using only one Joy-Con as well if I would be in a wild area, but you know, it would be sometimes nice to see what Pokemon there is. Because my problem is that every single time that in games there is a like, you know, a camera centering button, it always like looks like you're like looking at each, like where the eye level is. But you know, nothing wrong with it, but I don't know about you, but I personally would like to be seeing a little bit of like, I guess, upwards angle instead. I mean, I will say that sometimes I do be appreciating a camera like recentering button, because it can indeed be making the game a lot nicer. Then you can like quickly recenter and then like adjust the camera, you can like quickly turn it around and such. Which is nice. Which is very nice indeed. Now the random one was far enough away, nice. No. Oops. Hello. I wouldn't mind to be getting a shiny one of you all right now on Pokemon Go with the quite nice bow thing. Be quite nice. I haven't gotten too many of the, you know, the cool... I haven't gotten too many of the cool, like, custom, like... outfit Pokemons shiny in Pokemon Go. Which is, of course, you know, understandable, but a little bit of a shame. I don't mind it personally. It is what it is. Luck is working in the way it does, but I still wouldn't mind them. Thank you. It's just like, still like, how does the dude see me there? It's insane. Oh. I thought I moved. Critical hit. Oh no. Oh, there's the first stone journer. About time. Nice to see you there. It should be technically that I should have seen at least two more at this point, but anyways, I'm not upset. I can see them. It's still a nice thing that, you know, now I have seen every single thing on on the encounter table. You'll be appreciating it indeed. There we go. I wonder how the sunset chime is gonna be looking on here. It is still so interesting how drastically different it is between places. Still most likely one of my favorite ones nonetheless. Oh. Again. Nice. I will say one thing though that is very nice in my opinion, that you know they shrouds 2% Pokemons, depending on the version of course which one it is. I'm so glad that they are available in the Crown Tundra. 'Cause, you know, you can find them there. Just very nice. I'm pretty sure that's... I don't know why, but I'm thinking that Stone Journer is available in more locations than Ice Q is. But Ice Q is one of those Pokemons that it's kind of always there though. It's of course hard to say because, you know, it is indeed a version exclusive at the end of the day though. And usually do be playing a shield instead of sword, so you know, don't usually see Stone Churner that often. What did you be? What did you be? What did you be indeed? Because yeah, I'm quite curious to see what this just look on the sunset time indeed, because this place does look quite pretty already. I mean, the weather definitely has something to do with it, but it is still very pretty indeed. I will still hope though that we will be getting more bear Pokemons. There's so many things that we could be having as cool different types of bears. There's a decent amount of them already. I don't know, would it be hurting to be having more? I don't think so. As I said, I do be always be liking when like same animal would be getting more different typings. Oh, I'll be waiting then. Right, run away, please. The thing is that I know that I should be able to run away 100% of the time because it's a ghost type. Still one of the nicest features. Which I'm always looking back at, like, why wasn't it the case earlier? Ghost, they are kind of known for doing their own thing. Not really caring half of the time what they should be doing, you know? Which, you know, makes sense. Considering that they do be ghosts indeed. Don't know what it is about Darumaga's cry, but it is still very lovely. There are many times it isn't bad. It isn't bad at all, but do be definitely preferring Darumaga's, I guess, because it's just... I guess one of those cries that no matter what like game it is in, it describes it perfectly. It just sounds like a happy little fella. uh, so I will say that I don't like very short cries. But I do be liking more the cries that are on the shorter side. It's just because like it isn't like I mind like Jinx's cry for example, but I do be preferring if they're a little bit on the shorter side though. Do be indeed. Did I outrun it this time? I did. Let's go. I did outrun it this time indeed. It could be the thing that because I'm so used to the way that I can run away from Pokemon in Sword and Shield that almost every other game that I play in they are more frustrating to be running away from because it do like for example the Alola games they were the opposite way because I'm just, you know, pressing one upwards. In Sword and Shield I need to be pressing down in the Ultra Moon indeed. It's not that big of a change, but to be saying that I do be preferring the Sword and Shield one. As I said, it very well could be because I'm so used to be hunting there. I know that it did take some time to be getting used to like similar layout with the like running away thing, that menu. But at least I will say one thing is nice, that in almost every DS and 3DS games, at least the run button is almost the same like place. Which is very nice indeed. It is funny how sometimes when Snom comes in and I'm not paying like too close attention, and when it like switches the colors, like that looks green, but it's like, yeah, then nope. Immediately afterwards. Oh. It's for sure be saying that we will be encountering Snowburn there, but never mind that we didn't. Of course, it's not really the one that I'm really looking forward to. It's not a bad shiny, for sure. It's quite a nice one. But maybe I've gotten one too many of them over the years. Maybe I've gotten one too many over the years, indeed. Definitely not because legends are accused or anything like that. Was definitely not. I don't know, I kind of would wish that in Sword and Shield you would be able to hear the cry a little bit before, you know, the Pokemon shows up, like in color. But then again, I can kind of understand that, you know, you can only already see the silhouette, so like it doesn't really matter too much that you would be hearing the cry early. It is definitely a nice one that I do be liking in indeed the Ultramoon. That you will be able to hear a little bit earlier the cry and when the Pokemon is actually like visible on the screen. But then it's kind of like, you know, if you would like to, it could be kind of a guessing game. Try to guess what Pokemon it is based on the cry. Which, you know, can be fun sometimes to be trying to remember Pokemon cries. It will be definitely very impressive when people can indeed be getting the so many Pokemon cries right. It would be impressive, of course. Like, it's understandable for, especially for those games that like you have played so many times when you were a kid, you know. I mean, it kind of goes with any game, but anyways. But yeah. Would be interesting indeed. And then it's even more interesting when people do be remembering like cries for Pokemons, but when they do be taking like a quiz to be naming every Pokemon for usually by generation. It's of course the few ones that do be do be forgetting that are there. Like it is kind of hard for some of the Generation 1 Pokemon even. Because some just unfortunately up until very recently they really weren't available in too many games. For example, Venonat and Venomoth, they weren't in too many games. So like understandable. Then there's the ones that you might be remembering the evolution, but not that the original, like the first stage was from Generation 1. Like for some reason I'm always like, if I say that I'm always thinking about Changola. But it is kind of the case for all of the one-stage Pokemon, though, that they tend to be forgotten because they don't have anyone else to go with them. Surprise, surprise. As I said, it definitely sometimes helps if it is be getting either a baby Pokemon or a evolution later down the line. It definitely does help, at least for me. Hoping to be remembering that Pokemon exist. But probably, like, if I would be doing that kind of quiz, I think I would be struggling, if not earlier, but at least in the point when there is that I would be needing to get them in actual order. Because some Pokemon you think that appear sooner on the dex, but they don't. Like, one of the best ways, in my opinion, to try to make a it does kind of work still, but it doesn't work as nice anymore, but is to try and think when you will be able to encounter it for the first time, you know. It works for most parts, but as I said, there is like odd ones out that they don't make the most amount of sense. It would be nice if Pokédex would actually be in the order that you will be able to see the new Pokemon in, you know. Would be quite nice indeed. Oh, there. Unless you want to check how common is Mr. Mime in here. It's decently common. It's 40% on most weathers. I think one thing would be quite interesting to see to be a thing again in Pokemon games. It hasn't been, I don't think, ever in main series games, at least to the extent. Is that, as you know, there is weathers in Pokemon games. I think it would be quite interesting if there would be... I think it would be quite interesting if there would be indeed be... the, like, weather boost thing from Pokemon Go. I think it could be interesting as an idea. But maybe it could be only for, like, a Legends kind of game, like it would be a one-off thing. I don't want the strong and agile style are right now. It could be something like that, you know. Thank you. Yeah. But then again, if we would be getting like a Hoenn one from the past, then definitely in my mind weather could be playing quite a big part, considering what the dudes are doing, you know. I still kind of hope that if we would be getting another Legends game someday, that every single one of them would be having like one unique gimmick that makes sense. Because what the like is going on in the future, or like what is happening at the time there, anyways. Would be quite interesting indeed. I know you are at 28% normally, but could you calm down, please? I'm trying to think. I think one of the only ones that you could technically be boosting in here, encounter-wise, is indeed actually above the snow and the snower. Because none of the other ones are either fire or steel. I mean, there is steel, but I'm more like thinking of random encounters. Because you can use magnet pull to be getting more of the More of the kind of world on. You know what would be absolutely crazy to be finding something in both games today? Kind of crazy. I mean, it's not like it would be time for getting something in Mountain Aquila or anything like that, but I'll be willing to wait the time that I need to be waiting. Willing to wait indeed. Very interesting story there, Capchu. I still kind of find it weird though, like why Bertic is the one that is in Hidden Encounters and Capture is the one that is, you know, a visible one. It's the way that I'm thinking about it, that maybe they would be liking to protect the babies and then like have the babies to be hiding in the grass, you know? But then again, you could kind of be thinking that maybe the bear chicks are trying to hide so they can scare people. Indeed, it doesn't make the most amount of sense. It is what it is, though. I don't know why, but for me it would be making sense if Bertic would be having pressure. Or I guess Imitate wouldn't be too bad either. Like something along those lines, because I don't know. For me, Bertic is definitely one of the scariest of the bears. Ursaring, it has definitely like scary looking sprites in some games. I just don't find it too much the attacking kind. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it could be. Because I kind of understand, like, I guess another one that, I mean, technically they all could be having, like, either pressure or imitate. They could technically, but, it's Pangoro. It is a water archetype, so it kind of gives it an easier explanation. But again, for some reason, I'm just not finding about the... not about snow, I don't define the I don't find Bangoro indeed to also be too scary of a bear. For me, it's definitely Bear Chick. Scariest of the bears. I guess one thing could be because it's the only one that, you know, is shown to be like fast. You know, it can be running on all four. I guess because the other two, they don't really do that now, do they? Maybe that's the reason. So fast. Another thing that is a little bit of a silly thing, but I guess makes sense is... I think I have talked about it before, but there was... I don't think it's shown anymore, but there was... a, like, cartoon... like, warning about... how walking on ice is sometimes, you know, very dangerous. And I guess it was mostly the music in that was like very unsettling to me when I was a kid. And I guess also the way that the dude did say that don't go the thin ice. It was so like scary to me, and the main character that I think that it is the only one that I can remember is a bear. That's definitely an interesting one. And again, it is kind of the case sometimes that when, you know, I was a kid, things were somewhat scarier, but then again, you don't really know because, like, the thing is that kids see things always differently. I don't think that I would be too scared of it anymore. I just still think that it is indeed very unsettling. I mean, I have never been myself on thin ice. I don't think that I have been too much on, like... Have I? I don't think that I have been too much on, like... in a frozen lake. I think it's mostly the places that I have been, like... skating in, they have been, like, you know, man-made places. At least I don't really remember. I know I have been walking on ice, but I don't think that I've been going skating too much. I mean, it is kind of a... I mean, I wouldn't definitely mind to be, like, when I was a kid at least, to be going ice skating on, like, an actual lake that has been, you know, frozen. But, like, of course, the thing is that, since it is not, like, man-made, the problem is that, you know, it's not always the smoothest. And I weirdly remember that we were quite a bit, like, skiing on ice or, like, doing other things on, like, ice instead. It was a time that my parents did have, like, a summer cottage that we could also be using in the winter times. Was mainly, of course, for summer use only, but we did use it every once in a while in the middle of the winter as well. I'm still quite glad that I have not personally been seeing like a wild bear in my life. Considering that I didn't live at some point too far of a place that there was usually like wild bears to be seen. I do be remembering though the that when I was visiting a family member, there was TV open and there was like almost every single time that we were there, there was like a warning about like bear walking somewhere, so keep distance. It's also one of those things that really did stick to my brain when I was a kid. It really did. It's weird sometimes still how kids' brains should be working. I guess more weird to like look back to it, than anything else. And I would like to say that, especially when I was a kid, I was really like easily be getting scared by a lot of things. I'm not saying that it has been getting too much better nowadays, but I don't think it is, as bad as it used to be, I guess. So I will then. Oh, okay. Nothing then. Yeah, I was just thinking that I know that the Absol does get Parrish song. I was just thinking that what level it is, but it's nothing to be worried about for me. It's in few more levels after what they are appearing in there. So indeed, I don't need to be worrying about it, thankfully. Because the thing is that I think like in an hour-ish there should be starting to be like sunrise on Ultra Moon. Not completely sure, but I think it's the case. It's gonna be getting anyways, It's gonna be getting more like a day there. That's the thing for sure. Interesting things indeed. Capture, please. Calm down. I don't think that capture is capture really available in the Ground Tundra. I know Bear Chick is. I don't know, it might be somewhere with a random encounter. It's always a possibility, because some Pokemon, they are definitely like kind of weird in my mind with being available in random encounters. In the Ground Tundra specifically. Could be again one of those things that I've just been personally hunting more in Crown Tundra than Isle of Armor. As I said, nothing specifically wrong with the place, but not anything specifically wrong with the place in general, but at the same time, like, it's not being interested. There's definitely cool places that I definitely want to be hunting on, like, it is quite easy to be getting, like, a certain pile of sand, for example. There is just in general a cool place of the Forest of Focus, or whatever is the forest in there. Is it Forest of Focus? Forest of Focus place. It is. It's definitely a lot of like cool locations. I know that like the wild areas I'm seeing two, even though it's technically one, but you can only really access the Pokemons in one of the areas first. I think the wild area, indeed, in the base game, it is kind of underwhelming. There's still like few cool locations, but I don't mind it like in general, because I'm thinking it more as a place that, you know, there's other things like routes and caves and like forest areas elsewhere. Like, it needs to be like a cool looking region in that, because it's the base game, you know. But it's definitely nice how cool locations there are in the DLCs though. It is indeed. There we go. It's interesting because we can get closer to 250 encounters in 1.5 hours. Or 2 hours, I mean. Don't have health, 115 counters indeed. In about 2 hours. Interesting. It's a good amount, considering that, of course, it's 2 games, so can be paying too close attention to both, both the games at the same time. Oh. I still understand that you're a ghostly guy. You don't need to be so spooky and disappearing. Double sneasel? Nice. But I love the double sneasel. Fortunately, they do be different genders. Kinda would like to catch a sneasel, so I don't need to be seeing it in here anymore, but can't be bothered with it. If I accidentally catch it, then I guess it's fine. It's quite unlikely that that would be going on, though. Always a possibility, though. A lot of pressures with the absolves recently. Oh. I mean, I'm not going to be like, you are also another one that I'm not gonna be saying no to. Wouldn't mind to be finding one of you, indeed. I will say one thing that I would kind of wish would be the case in Route 10, indeed, is that I would wish that like Bear Tick would be getting, like, we wouldn't be able to get it in as a random encounter, and then like have a chance at that in the random encounters there would be, I would think that there would be in the random encounters a Early Dawn as well. This is very few places that it exists. As I said, I know that with magnet pull you can make it a little bit more common. Thank you for the follow. But still, I wouldn't mind that myself. Hello there. How are you doing? Yeah, as I said, I do be understanding that some Pokemons, they are wanting to be rare when even when they are, you know, introduced in. At the same time, like, there could be, like, in certain weather conditions in the wild areas, certain Pokemon would be able to be found easier. Even in the base game. I would personally be liking that indeed. Because, like, surely is there a... Oh, thank you for the raid. What were you doing? Oh. But yeah, please go ahead and follow the raider indeed. Very nice that indeed you did raid. Do be appreciating it indeed. Hopefully everything did go well for you today then. Indeed. Hopefully indeed. Do be right now personally be hunting like almost a year ago started Mount Lanakila phase and today started also the second phase for Galarian Darmaka, which I'm fairly excited about. And one dude that has been very shy today definitely has been Stone Churner. It's in total true. Even though technically when I hit... No, at this point already I should be having like seen 5 of them technically. if we go based on the percent chance. This is indeed 2%, so I should be seeing one like around every 50. I will say though, I find it kind of disappointing because like this route is technically the victory road of the game. Route 10 that is. I find it very disappointing, the music that is playing there. It's not like it's bad, it's a very nice music, but it's just... Considering that it's supposed to be indeed a victory road, since this game doesn't have really a victory road. So this route is said to be the victory road of the game. But yeah... Music, it's a little disappointing. As a route music, it's cool. It is kind of a shame that the idea of Victory Road has kind of been like lost to time. It isn't really a case in too many recent Pokemon games. As I said, I don't really mind it. I don't think that the place, in my eyes at least, doesn't necessarily need to be called like Victory Road specifically. But like, you know, just have like a cool like final place thing in there. Cool final place. I mean, the road itself does have kind of like Victory Road vibes in that there is a bunch of trainers and bunch of like those are very hard ones. I will say that I still kind of hate the thing that the Victory Road battles in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, they are double battles. It's not like it's bad or anything, it's just like... Why? Because usually the thing is that, at least what I remember, that... You know, in old games you could just be talking into one of them and then it would be like a single battle instead. Like that would have been quite nice if you ask me. It's just like double battles. As I said, I don't necessarily mind double battles, but at the same time I don't want to be getting them like back to back myself. And it is kind of the case with the Victory Road thing in Alola. Or at least in the Ultra games. I'm not completely sure about the regular ones. Haven't ever really gotten that far myself. Because I haven't never even played them. Only have been playing the Ultra games. Which, you know, is kind of understandable, especially like if you do be getting it like the Alola games later down the line. Not like immediately when they were released. Ultra games, in my opinion, would be the way to go, because the thing is that there isn't really... There is differences between the two versions for sure, like the Ultra games and the regular ones. There sure is. There is so many like improved things in the Ultra games. Some are, in most cases they are nice, but in some situations they would be nicer if they would be the old way, like SOS things, how they did change that. Because in the Ultra games they can only be calling one time successfully, then it's it. Which is a good thing if you're just trying to, you know, be either catching or like just KOing Pokemons for like trying to build up a team. But like, of course, like there is benefits for it, then you don't need to use like adrenaline orbs to be doing shiny hunting with SOS calls. Which is, you know, quite nice. Quite nice indeed. But then again, I will say personally, even though I have definitely done like SOS calling things in like without the adrenaline orb, it definitely does help to be having adrenaline orb. I still think one of the only situations where I have been using adrenaline orb has been the salamence that you can get, because as I've been talking about before, I'm planning on playing my Ultra Sun that way, that I will be capturing everything as soon as possible. So, might be a long wait with SOS calls then. I'm not completely sure yet about like backtracking and things, but if I don't want to be backtracking like all the time, I guess I will be waiting until I can fly, so I don't need to be doing, you know, the surfing minigame all the time. Which I don't necessarily mind the surfing thing, it's quite nice. But then again, if you just need to be doing it all the time, it can be getting annoying. Like everything. As much as you like things, at some point, too much is too much. I will say though that there's definitely interesting targets that I'm willing to be hunting with SOS calls at some point. I have done... I did do the Phantom, and then I did get the Eevee while I was trying to get an Umbreon instead. You know, since there is a chance that you will be getting either Espeon or Umbreon depending on the time of day from an Eevee. It's definitely interesting ones. Like even like it's the case, like even though I have been getting them somewhere else, like I don't mind be going for them again. So, you know, it's... Even though the odds with SOS calls, they are quite high, of course, because most methods do be like that. I quite like that, like how much variety can you get from things. Like, how many different Pokemons can you catch? Still, one thing I will say that I'm a little bit afraid of is guest form. Since, you know, before it was in the funny thing of Pokemon Home, it kind of didn't have shiny versions for the different weather forms. It's a little bit of a shame, but understandable. But very strange at the same time, though. It's not like they couldn't have done it in my eyes before. But then again, there might have been some issues, or they thought that it wasn't necessary. But also, the changes that the shinies get, they are quite nice. They're quite nice indeed. I do be hoping, indeed, the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully you're gonna find whatever you're looking for, or get something, indeed. It's always nice to be getting something. Oh, hello there. You're catching up, I see. You're catching up, I see how it is. I see. Oh. At least I did get the front of the other one as well. Look, what a nice and quick one. I'm seeing, like, anyways, like, quite a good amount of people, like, which I find, like, kind of weird, or, like, recently, people being interested in doing, indeed, hunting in Alola. It's not like I find it super weird or anything like that, it's just, like, all of a sudden, a bunch of people, you know? Like, out of nowhere. I know that some are doing, like, they're trying to complete the living deck, so it's an easy way to do each. Is quite a decent amount of Pokemons available in the Ultra games. That is usually the more popular one of the bunch. Again, makes sense, but anyway, do be what it do be, indeed. Because there's, like, some Pokemon games that definitely... Isn't there a random one, huh? Sure. There's definitely some Pokemon games for sure that have been getting, like, attention, like, all the time. Then there's the games that you'll be getting, you know, attention in bursts, more or less. I'm quite glad though that I have seen lately like bunch of people to be doing interesting hunts in the on the 3DS. I'm quite glad about it. Because I don't know, for me it seems like that the 3DS games are, for my eyes, the ones that usually get the least amount of attention. I know I don't do them too much. It's just, for me, there isn't really anything. And I personally just like to be hunting on Switch. But yeah, it's very nice indeed. One thing I know that I see every once in a while to be like a very big thing is that either friend safari or chain fishing is like a big thing for more, like quite a good amount of people. But yeah, I know, of course, there's like a lot of games they have been like people play them, but you know, not everyone is sharing it too much. Like, of course, I understand like Scarlet and Violet, people want to be hunting in those games, or Legends Arceus, as I said with the alpha thing. Definitely don't have an alpha hunt there myself, that is on hold for now. I might be getting it back to it on the second indeed. No promises, of course, as usual. But that is a possibility. Might be getting back to it on the 2nd of January. Even though I would like to say that on the 9th of January, the latest. Because it's usually a Tuesday thing for me, once a week. But we shall see. It really depends, honestly, because I would like to be streaming on 1st of January. But it of course really depends how sleepy I am. Even though we don't do too much partying at all on New Year's ourselves. We don't really do that at all. It's not our thing. Thank you. I just need to find 2 more, and you have been you're being shown enough. They are catching up. Let's go. I will still say though that I find it very strange that Stone Churner is in here. Like, I understand, as I said, they are Ice Cube and Stone Churner are like version exclusive things. They are kind of counterparts to each other. And usually counterparts are found in the same place. Even though this game also says different things about it. Like, as I said plenty of times, there's nothing to be found on Route 5 for the Galarian Farfetch'd, for example. Or in here, there's nothing else that a Shield would be getting apart from Ice Cube. It doesn't get something for Galarian Darumaka. But, like, if that's the case already, that, like, it doesn't mean that the counterparts, in quotes, needs to be found in the same area. Why couldn't Stone Churner be found, like, it could be still a 2%, but why couldn't it be found in the place called the ruin looking place? Route 8, I think. It is quite a bit earlier than Ice Cube is, but if that would be the problem, then have Ice Cube be on the watery, icy route. Fixes the issue. Yeah, could have been like that. Could have very well been like that indeed. It's a Sneasel. Oh, what a surprise. I wonder how many places in Pokemon games there is that the encounter table is like evenly distributed. There's of course locations that some Pokemon are like 100% of time there. But like, I wouldn't be counting them. I would be counting if there would be at least 2 Pokemon there, you know? I wonder how many locations are like that, because Mount Lanakila is quite close to that, at least the upper part. I don't remember what the lower part is looking like, honestly. But the upper part is that you are 30 and you are 20%. As I said plenty of times, in my opinion, it very well could have been that they all could have been 25% instead. And I also know that there is a way to be making the like certain areas to be having like with repel tricks things to be going their way in quotes. But like, you know, naturally, in how many locations the encounter table would be even with more than one. I did get a funny Darumaka in Pokemon Go. This one specifically. It's quite a nice find, honestly, but I mean, I still would very much love to be getting one. Technically 2 in this game. I know that there is a chance to be like resetting for one. But you know, I'm not the biggest of fan of reset hunts personally. They're just not my thing. I will say that if Galarian Darmanitan would be available somewhere with like more than one encounter per day thing, I might honestly consider like hunting it there, even though it would be like a 5% as like usually Dharma case. Even in that situation, I would be willing to do it. Because as I have said before as well, I personally like to be finding the Pokemon that I'm actually looking for itself rather than evolve. It's just my personal preference. So I just find it cooler to be finding the one that I'm looking for straight away. That's why I absolutely love to be going for the... That's why I absolutely love to be going for the, like, the daily spawns, the strong spawns. Because it's just so fun to be seeing them like that. Then again, each their own. I don't mind evolving, I just... Indeed, would rather be fighting them themselves. That's what I honestly quite love about Sword and Shield, that they did really like make the fully evolved Pokemons to be available in the wild thing a thing. Like, surely was it the case already? Yes, but I would like to say that with Sword and Shield it is more Pokemons that are fully evolved like that. I'm not completely sure, but I would just like to say that. I'm so used to the sword being the one that I need to be running around, so I'll be doing that. There you go. Do be always be loving when I can be getting them kind of at the same time. It is very lovely. I will say there is also like one thing that I would kind of wish to be the thing in Pokemon games as well, is that I would kind of wish that there would be at least like few different kinds of like in battle musics. Like more for the wild Pokemon. So it's for certain trainers, but it's more like the trainers tune than the battle tune, you know? I think there could be some more. Like for example, like the very, as I said, there wouldn't need to be too many, but maybe for like snowy areas there could be kind of what they did do in Scarlet and Violet with the snowy area there with the DLC, is to have just a little jingles every once in a while in the overall music. It just would be quite nice indeed. Would be quite nice indeed. And again, would it be too much of a thing to be having? Like, would it be too interesting thing to be having? Not really. But then again, is there really harm for having it though? I don't think so, that there is too much harm indeed. Look up Chew. No. I won't say that I'm kind of glad that they don't have Sneasel to be that big of a thing in Route 10. Even though Route 8, like the snowy section, is very small. It's still nice that it's not too common in here, indeed. I guess you can be finding it there instead, then. Because Sneasel in here is indeed 14% and doesn't care about weather. And only in the visible ones as well. Only in the visible ones, indeed. There we go. Thankfully it was the random one instead, because I'm again quite close to the visible one there. I do be indeed. I think once I hit 350 I will be going ahead and get something new to drink indeed. Getting, you know, quite thirsty. It is good to hydrate. Indeed. Surprise, surprise. I know I have talked about before about the ability that I want an ability that says no to all the abilities. We technically have it now with like neutralizing gas, but the thing is that I would like it to be like not even that to be visible. Like nothing at all to be visible about the abilities. I mean, I will say that pressure is definitely not the worst one of the bunch. Like, imitate would be one of the worst ones. Is there a one for special attack? Huh. I only remember, of course, imitate. Is there one for a special attack like that, though? I'm not completely sure, is it the case or not? Because of course, like most of the abilities, they don't do anything when they first enter the battle. Most of them, they don't do anything. Or they could be doing, but like in the case of like snow warning, it wouldn't be doing anything if there already is, you know, snow. And then there's just a bunch of them that like they don't really like display that there is an ability on use that is used indeed. It just kind of happens, you know. Like the abilities that you're just are more likely to be avoiding things on certain weather conditions and things along those lines. Or like boost your speed, whatever it is doing during a certain weather. They don't ever like be displayed what they do, they just are there. They just are there indeed. Doing absolutely nothing. Of course it always goes where I'm trying to get away from. Where I mean indeed. There we go. Run away there indeed. Bunch of Darumakas, that's what you love to see. Indeed. And 2 more encounters indeed, and then I'll be going ahead and getting something new to drink. Is there gonna be another Darumaka after this? If yes, then it's absolutely insane luck. No way! Bunch of Darumakas? Severe though. But yeah, I'll be right back. There we go. You'll be back with nice iced tea once again. I will say one thing about iced tea though. That I would wish that there would be more flavors in here. There is a decent amount of flavors, but the problem is that the more like exotic flavors, they are only in either small packages and or are expensive. And the thing is that just the regular old like very cheap iced tea, in my opinion, it's very good to my taste. I would just kind of wish that I would kind of wish indeed that there would be the case of that there would be more exotic flavors indeed. Because the problem with the usual, like, the, in quotes, the exotic flavors for iced tea, my problem with them is that they usually have, like, a weird aftertaste. And, of course, it is a weird aftertaste, so I don't really like it too much. It is, as I said, a shame, though. I would absolutely love to be using them or getting them more. Let's put you like there and let's put you over here. I would say one thing that I'm a little bit interested in is to know like how the game does like kind of like, you know, calculate the random encounter thing. Like when are you gonna be getting a random encounter in? Yes. Could be interesting to know. I mean, surely there probably is, at least for some Pokemon games, there is. Someone has written something about it at some point for sure. Would be very interesting to know though. Would be very interesting to know indeed. I will say, I don't know why I thought of this, but I quite like that they did make like Capchu's head to be in a reasonable size. I don't know, for me it just seems like Capchu could have definitely be getting like quite usual small creature big head treatment. Does it have a little bit of a bigger head? Maybe, but it's not like that much. It doesn't bother me at all, and as I said, I'm very glad that it didn't get that as well. It's very nice indeed. As I said, I don't know why, but it's just... Capture is one of those Pokemon that could definitely be getting it. Like, I don't mind it for something like Ice Cube because it's whole thing with Ice Cube that it has a big head and it, you know, breaks. It's its whole thing, so like I don't mind that, but like I guess there's at least a reason for the big head. What do you... I'm quite glad that not too many Pokemons do it. I'm very glad about that indeed. Because, yeah, sure, does it look cool sometimes? Sometimes indeed. It's just I'm personally not the biggest fan of it myself. Like having a small creature, big head. It could be because usually in cartoons it's like way too over the top. And like, it can work in some cases for sure, but I guess I just like usual sizes. And it always is the thing that it really depends on how either a game or the series is like made, like what is the art style overall. It does kind of matter as well. Because in some it does fit. I just kind of would like to know, like, why did it become such a big thing to be doing it? Because like I understand like big eyes thing for like puppies, for example. That I understand, like, yeah. But why big head? Why with the big head indeed? Surprised it didn't count that I pressed it twice because I did press it twice. Also, one kind of a weird thing that was a thing for me yesterday was that for whatever reason, even though I haven't fought Rotom in such a long time in DAs, that cry was on my head. And I was for like a good while like thinking, what is the thing that I'm thinking about? Because I just couldn't like place it that it was Rotom's the, you know, Dynamax cry. And like it was such a weird one as well. Like, I mean, it certainly is unique. Rotom's cry is quite unique. I mean, most of the Pokemons are, but you know, some are more memorable, I guess. And by that, usually in games for me, if it's a memorable thing, it's quite a unique thing. Most of the time. Sometimes it is because it's annoying. But then again, people we tend to be remembering... As people, we tend to be remembering annoying things quite well. We tend to remember them quite well indeed. Oh yeah, at least I just remembered one annoying thing about one round in this game and trying to be getting random encounters being such a pain sometimes. Is the one like right next to Spike Myth or whatever is the, in quotes, evil town? The place that there is a dark gym in. Because there's like, in this side entrance there's like patch of grass. You can sometimes be getting like random encounters if you're running there to the other side of the fence, and of course you might not be able to access it because it might not be, you know, be coming close enough. Which is also kind of a problem because then it means that in that route specifically, there really isn't good place to be doing random encounters in, because most of the Pokemons, they're either A, big, or B, they are aggressive. I mean, they can also be big and aggressive, but Yeah. It is indeed like that. There's still one thing that I would kind of wish to be the case though at some point. With Pokemons. I see it like one of those things that I would wish to be the case. There's a bunch of them. Always think of what interesting new things that could be in the games, you know. But yeah, the thing that I would kind of wish to be in the game sometime is that starters wouldn't be having the usual color schemes as they do. I of course understand like why the starters are usually more or less red, green, and blue. Fire starters are definitely the ones that they change the most. Like, are they more orange or yellow even? But I would like if there would be something else as well. It's just, like as I said, I understand that there is the usual color theme for them indeed. I would wish that there would be every once in a while maybe starter trio that wouldn't be following the usual colors. Because in my opinion only the starters have been like always the ones that follow a certain like colors. It is the case for most of the boxer legendaries as well. Most of them, not every single one of them, but yeah, I understand like indeed red and blue things for the legendaries. And adding green into the mix for the starter things. As I said, would be kind of cool to be getting something different indeed. Would be indeed. As I will say, one thing that I'm quite glad about is that they have, even though it never really was a big thing, but there was definitely at some point that certain types were always like certain colors. It is still kind of the case that like ice types are usually like either white or light blue. But at least there is quite a good amount of like changes between them. It's not like just always those colors. Because I don't know, I would just kind of personally be finding it boring. And it is kind of like a nice surprise when you might be seeing a Pokemon and before you capture it, you think it's like a different type that it is. So I think that is nice. They still like the overall theme for At least some of the typings that they are kind of into a certain color more. As I said, with eyes like light blue and white. And there's like in my opinion, the less ones that could be going for even two is like I see like Ghost and Poison Bee both be kind of purplish. I have quite a good amount of purplish Pokemons. But yeah, I definitely do be liking it that there's a bunch of options. I mean, they mostly do can be quite fitting for the, you know, there's the type icon. And usually also the types have like certain colors attached to them. They usually go like kind of in that way. I mean, I think the only one that isn't, like there's few that aren't too like fitting is Dragon, because dragons, they are quite a bit all over the place with their colorings. The other one is Fighting, because at least I have always seen Fighting to be like an orange color. But there really isn't too many like orange fighting types. But yeah. Even though I know that there's a lot of like kind of little meanies when it comes down to fairies, they like to be little pranksters or of sorts. I still would kind of wish that we would be getting like, I don't think it needs to be like it's not a cutesy fairy type. But at the same time, I would kind of... Actually, yeah, I would like to get like a cutesy Pokemon, fairy Pokemon that wouldn't be like relying mostly on Prankster. Because it is usually the case that it's a cutesy looking fairy type and it has Prankster. It's very few like mean looking ones. There's the Impidimp line, and then there is Snubble and Granbull. But yeah. I don't think that we necessarily need to be having mini ones. Too many. It would be of course nice. But my problem is of course that I don't want it to be overused. Because, you know, there's a bunch of things that people would like in general, and then it gets, you know, overused, and it's like no one cares about it anymore thing. Random encounters more or less in 3 hours of hunting. Not too bad. It's also starting to clear up on the Ultra Moon indeed. Starting to become daytime indeed, even though it starts with morning, but Same thing. It's not going to be nighttime. It's going to be nighttime indeed. Speaking of time of day, I still would be finding it kind of very mean to be doing, but at the same time very hilarious if they would have done that instead. What if they would be specifically locking Lichen Rock if you would be switching your time? Since you know there was the thing that it's only available to be evolving into certain form in a certain game. Just a certain time of day in a certain game when it was first released. And you know, the unfortunate thing is that if you do be playing Ultra Moon and you're not really the type of person that does like either wake up very early in the morning or like to stay up until very late, it can be tricky to be getting it. If they would have indeed been doing they would have locked the evolution because you switched the time. I mean, technically it's worse nowadays with the Scarlet and Violet to be getting Dusk Form Lichen Rock. Because it's only 3-minute window, and if you don't know about it, it can be a pain to be getting it. And also it needs to be having the own tempo, of course. Thankfully there is few places that it is quite easy to be finding the own tempo one. It's not like it's too impossible to be finding it, which is very nice. This was unfortunate. I like that the time of day, like you could visually see that it did change in middle of the battle. Nice. Yeah. Only 3-minute window, yeah, because it was indeed the case at first. It was only the one Lichen Rock event that could be evolving into the, in quote, special Lichen Rock. And then thankfully they didn't like continue that in Sword and Shield, because you can either find the Dusk form in the wild, or you can find it in Dance, I'm pretty sure. But anyways, like, it's not like, in quotes, impossible to be getting it. And again, in Scarlet and Violet, it's pretty easy to be getting both of them. As I said, there's few like ones that are guaranteed to be having the own tempo in Paldea. I don't know, but I would like to assume that there is somewhere in Kitakami as well. But I only know about the Paldea locations that like are a thing. Which is, of course, very nice. Yes, a Sneasel. Another Sneasel? No. Sad. Very sad indeed. Let's go and try to get away from it. There we go. Yeah, Snoring, you would be the perfect one to be there if you wouldn't be having that big of a hitbox. You would be having a slightly smaller one. It would be better. A little bit better indeed. So unfortunately all the other ones are either interested or they are aggressive. I mean, I guess it's kind of being interested as well. It is being aggressive. Almost immediately in both games. At least in Sword it was as soon as I pretty much can be getting like an encounter in. Pretty nice. Pretty nice indeed. Very strappy little fella once again. I don't know. It's the way that Stonejourner is. I think it has a quite a good potential to be getting a regional variant. Then again, I don't really know what they like to be making regional variant for like one pair of Pokemon though. I mean, they have kind of done that, but some of those have like kind of over the years be less and less like being like less and less counterparts to each other, like Rowlet and Vulpix, for example. In the beginning, yeah, they certainly, at least in some Kanto games, yeah, they certainly were like a big thing indeed. But then they kind of stopped it. So it didn't really matter that only like we did get only a little on Vulpix. That much, at least to me. Okay, Stonejourner. Okay, I see how things are. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, need another Romaka. Always love to be seeing double the one that I'm looking for. Just love to see double the one that I'm, I guess, looking for, because Absol is not the definitive target, it's just the one that, you know, I just kind of put there. Because I just want to be getting another shiny in there, because I did get in on the first one. A year or so ago, I did get indeed the dude of Sandslash. Well, even though it's a Sandshrew, but yeah. As I said, if I would be getting another one, then I would of course be just evolving one of them. Would be the case indeed. It is quite a nice shiny indeed. It's one of those shinies that definitely doesn't change too much, but it changes just enough. That's why I don't sometimes understand why people are upset about like only like one part of the shinies to be changing. It's not like it hasn't been the change. It's not like it hasn't been the case for quite some time. Like, sure, I understand that it would be cool to be seeing completely different looking Pokemon, but I honestly sometimes I like the simple change. Especially if it's the kind of change that you can like actually see, like with Darumaka, for example, or the Sandslash. It's only one place, but at least, you know, it's quite an easy one to see. I will still say though that it's interesting that Hunter is only said to say that the only change is the tongue, even though as hard it is to see, the purple part also does change. It is indeed harder to be seen for sure, but it does change. Because one thing that you can say that a Minior's, the outer shell, that doesn't change at all. Not even depending on what regular version it is. So if you for whatever reason you're looking for a specific color, you always would need to... You always would either need to capture each, or you would need to and break down the shell. It's still a shame though. I don't know. I would like to say that if I would be changing mini or shiny, the way that I would be personally be changing it is that making the outer shell to be lighter in color. I was thinking making it darker, but then I thought that, you know, the inside, the core thing, that is quite a... it's quite a dark one, so maybe making it lighter? I don't think that it should be changing drastically in color, indeed. Like, small changes like that would be nice. Small changes, indeed. I will say that I like when in games there's like certain things that either break down or get spilled over time. It is not really the case in too many games because like it's not really too necessary to be having that to be the case. Usually, you know, games are frozen in one time forever, which, you know, fair enough. It works for most games. It works for most games indeed. Nothing wrong in there. I want to check one thing about this Sonora and it's shiny. So I'm now starting to question, does the eye color change as well? This is, you know, quite similar to the... It's quite similar to, you know, the... The color there, the green parts. Over. Indeed. It doesn't change. So of course, like most of the time, like eyes are one of the things in Pokemon that they're not always the biggest area, so it can be, you know, harder to be seen. Yeah, they do as well. So does the, you know, the snow part as well, but it's, as usual, quite a subtle one. As I said, I don't mind if like one part of Pokemon when it's shiny does change subtly if there is other parts that are changing, you know, enough. Because there is a bunch of subtle changes in other places anyways. I would like to say that especially if you don't know where you're looking at, definitely one of those things would be the gender differences. Because in some Pokemon it's more apparent than others. For example, Pikachu. It is quite apparent where the change is and how is the change. But then there is something like... Then there is something like above snow or Snowburn that, you know, the change is... It is there, it is very visible. But it can be sometimes hard to remember which way does it go. I will say that since in some games on like DS and maybe like specifically on Wii U of all things, I know one of the most popular Nintendo consoles ever. It was the case that, you know, some games did have like certain things that you would need to move the system to be able to see things. I think that is like a fine thing. Like, it's a cool idea, but unfortunately the times that I have used it, it has always been bad. So, you know, it doesn't work the way that you would be hoping it would be working. And it's such a shame, honestly, because I think it's such a cool thing, like, to be having that. They have, like, overall, like, motion controls, they have definitely been improving over the years. Even though they are, in my opinion, not that much used anymore. But, you know, the little that they are used, they have definitely become a lot better nowadays. It's lovely to be seeing them to be used. Because, you know, always the first ones, they are always bad. Pretty much no matter what it is. The first ones are always bad because, you know, it's a new thing. They need to be, like, getting like actual user experience with them, because of course it is the case with, as it is usually with things, that if you are the one to be making it, of course you know how to use it, you know how to be making it work. But does the like end user know how to use them then? Is it like usable for them? And as I said, technology, it do be changing quite a bit. I will say though that in my opinion, like the amount that technology does change, it has calmed down. Because at one point there was like a lot of like changes like that indeed to be going on. It's definitely calmed down in my eyes for that. But then again, I kind of like it because then I see again like the way that they are gonna be more likely to be staying the way that they are now. They don't need to be like, you don't need to be buying a new thing every year or two. Because they are just gonna be like lasting longer and stuff along those lines. Which is definitely nice. But one thing that I do be always finding quite interesting is that the old consoles, they did work quite fine and for quite some time without, you know, any updates. Like, it's surprisingly good how long they did last. Of course, it's like a security thing nowadays. Things needs to be updated. And also, I guess, because nowadays it's more common for things to be connected to the internet, so like it's more likely to be getting like bad things. That is very interesting. Things they do be changing almost all the time indeed. It is very interesting to see. I also kind of wonder how many of the people that were like afraid of technology at first, like how many of them have like nowadays be using technology all the time, in quotes. Because I would like to say a decent amount. And I guess it always kind of depends on like how afraid were you in the first place. I will say that I like that in most games that, you know, are being updated or a new version is coming out every once in a while. I like that they make some of the more useless things more useful in like updates. And like in general, there isn't too many useless things. Like surely are just like some of the things are they meant to be just. Are they just meant to be that it's like for funsies? Yes. But at least having a purpose of it being a fun thing that you could do is better than having like absolutely no purpose at all. Like I of course understand that there is a lot of things sometimes that like we would like to add all of these cool new things to the game. There's a lot of those situations, but then they just unfortunately don't have enough time to be implementing all of them. But they still like kind of leave them to the game. It's kind of the situation why I sometimes don't like games that... Hey, you can get this thing right now, but you can't be, like... using it almost at all before the next update comes out, so like... Why did you even add this? And let us be waiting like half a year to be getting any kind of use for it. I mean, I guess because sometimes like certain things they add it earlier, so like then you can get it easier and then they make it harder to be obtained, but it is silly sometimes. At least you know always be having some kind of purpose indeed. Oh. I'm thinking that maybe the point that I might be getting out of... might be getting out of the... Route 10 for the Dark Market would be that if I would be getting Stone Churner. But then again, I don't know if I will be doing like 1 or 2 phases here and I will be going somewhere else. Okay, there's no slide slope. It's interesting that there is one place called Sliverly Slope nearby as well, but it's not really that different. Why is that one Sliverly and the other one is a snow slide? What is the meaning behind that? As I said, they don't look too different from each other, so... I I guess if like in one of them there would be actually some like ice. Like, you know, old school ice in Pokemon games, that you would be going absolutely flying. I will say that I would like it into an extent if it would be like updated a little bit, that it wouldn't be like until you hit a wall thing. It would be instead like it would be just harder to, you know, just stop. You know, logical thing. It's hard to be stopping on ice in most situations. Yeah, it's something like that instead of like until you hit the wall. Because I would like to say that it's most likely not the nicest experience to be hitting a wall when you have been sliding on ice. Exactly my thoughts. Capture. But yeah, it's not like indeed they haven't like introduced an icy area that you could actually walk on the ice like too long time ago. I know like ice mechanics, they are indeed most of the time annoying. But no, it's fun. It's the good thing about Pokemon games is though that most of the time with ice things, especially if they wouldn't be like as puzzle heavy and like kind of annoying to go through and stuff like that, they could be quite nice and fun. Like, I don't want the like ice skating puzzles that there like originally was. I don't like them, but as I said, have just, you know, it being harder to stop would be making sense. And probably wouldn't be too frustrating as well, even though people, they always don't tend to like if you are sliding too much. But then again, maybe it could be fixed with like having a certain right Pokemon. Could be the case. Could be like that indeed. Yeah, maybe one day, maybe one day. Because I would kind of like to be getting an ice gym again where there is somewhat of an ice related puzzle. There hasn't been one in quite some time. Because in Galar it was indeed listen where you shouldn't be going thing. Lola, I'm pretty sure that there was no such thing as a thing for ice. There was just the ice. The Z crystal was just found in, you know, in a cave. And then there was in Paldea there was At least a cool little sliding minigame there. But I will say that I kind of would wish that there would be something like actually with a nice happening in a nice gym puzzle indeed. Or I guess another cool way to be having an ice thing in a gym could be that it would be a fire gym. And you would then be melting the ice to be getting access to certain places. It could be also an interesting way. And we shall see indeed. It is still always interesting to think about what is going on in the next game. No matter what the game is, always be excited to see new things. One more encounter and it's once again trying to hydrate. It's definitely been a little bit slower checks base 100, but then again it is of course down to luck how many can be found. There we go. Hydrating. $500 indeed today already. Let's see what time it is once I hit. See what time it is indeed when I do be hitting the funny thing off. 600, but might be the thing that I might be going to 700 even. 700 even indeed. If it is of course necessary, getting something in both games. Most definitely. I mean, I would love it. But we shall see. We shall see indeed. I have gotten that lucky that I've been able to get two in 1 in 4K shinies in one day. You know, it is not impossible and it's not like I haven't done it before. But yeah, most likely I'm gonna be, if I would be getting something time-wise relatively quickly in the Darumaka hunt, I would most likely be starting a next phase in there. There we go. Thank you. Another happy little fella. Would be appreciating, of course, if you would be showing up a little more often. Like in general, all Pokemon in here. Be absolutely loving it indeed. Oh yeah, one thing that I just remembered to being for us a usual thing when I was growing up. After Christmas, every single time there was, like, we literally call it pea soup, and we would be like throwing the rest of the Christmas ham in there. So, you know, the meat part. And I will still say that it is one of the things that I'm so upset that it's usually shown to be a Finnish school food. It is correct. I won't say that yeah, you do be getting it in a school. Not too often, I will say, though. It's kind of a special thing. At least everywhere that I went was like only once a year thing. But yeah, I get it because it is quite a unique thing. I just don't like that that's the one that is usually shown. I would wish it would be something else instead, because I will say that I personally, as I said, I don't like it. I have never liked it and probably will never be liking it. It's just one of those things that it isn't for me. And you know, it is completely fine. It is completely fine indeed. So yeah, because I know that it's one of those things that you really need to be having like you really need to be having the taste to like it. Like, you really need to be liking the taste. I don't know how else to say it, but it is one of those things, because there's certainly like certain things in general with food that like there is like very clear line that you either hate it or you dislike it. And then there's the very few people that actually like it thing as well. By dislike, I mean that you don't like it, but you know, you're gonna be eating it. Which is the case with me indeed. Which I will still say that I would have kind of liked it more that you know, I wasn't made to be eating everything that I put in my plate. I understand the thing, of course, that you shouldn't be wasting food. But at the same time, it is kind of a bad thing as well to be saying to an extent. Because of course I understand that you shouldn't be wasting food, but at the same time, like, as still as an adult, it's just for sometimes it just hits me that I'm like all of a sudden full. And what can I do for it? That's why it's of course recommended to be eating slowly, because then you would be... I think it's the way that if you eat slowly, it's more likely that you're gonna be like full sooner, because you know, the food actually hits the stomach and stuff like that. You know, it's easier to be overeating if you're just eating in a hurry. I don't know actually if it's the case, but I'm pretty sure I have heard something like that. Which, you know, it makes sense. Somewhat. As does most of the things in life. They at least make somewhat of a sense. But yeah. As I said, I understand that food waste is a bad thing, but at the same time, like... As I said, sometimes it just hits you differently, but... And the thing is that sometimes you just would like to eat, but then it's just, you know, it's... You just hit a wall that you just can't be eating anymore. Galarian Darumaka, you're weirdly a big Pokemon. But it's kind of bothering me that you're quite heavily on one side of the screen when you're getting encountered. It's again the case of that it's not actually like technically not that big of a Pokemon, but because it's a round Pokemon, it just looks bigger. Looks, you know, bigger than it actually is. It is very interesting. Please. It was interesting, like few years ago, there was a quite big trend in mobile games specifically that you know you were like first you were getting, you know, almost enough to be getting like every upgrade, and then you know the last upgrade takes like literally forever to be getting. I think it has calmed down. It is still the case though, of course, that they are gonna be giving you a bunch of like free things in the beginning, and so you'll be playing for hours. It doesn't really help though, in my opinion. I mean, I get it because they then want you to be, of course, be buying things. It just doesn't really work for me because I'm like, yeah, but no. It doesn't really do anything for me personally. Oh, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid indeed. What were you doing? Yeah, please go ahead and follow the raider indeed. Yeah, long time no see indeed. I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. Nothing too bad going on today. What were you up to indeed? How are you guys doing as well? Hope you have a great day today. What were you hunting there? Was there a specific target in mind? And what did you find as the shinies then? Nice. What I have seen Squirrel isn't the most noticeable in that game. It does stand out, but it's not the most noticeable. I mean, it has always been the case with Squirrel, though. It is kind of just a pale. It's just a kind of pale version of the normal one. The green shell is very nice, though. And Horsey is as well quite a nice shiny. Do be loving Kindra. Yeah, I thought so. It is nice and vibrant in most of the games. But I guess the usual Scarlet and Violet texture things, lightings and everything. Yeah, one thing I will say that now that I have seen how shiny Solosis looks in Scarlet and Violet, I'm sure I have missed one. The green doesn't change to very noticeable blue. Like the easiest way to be telling is that the little like hair thingy is changing to pink. It's insane how hard it is to see in that game. It's so ridiculous sometimes how that game can like make some colors to be like nothing even close to what are they supposed to be. Like usually, like how does the shadows do that? How does shadows make sometimes yellow look like it's white? It's so strange. I mean, I don't mind it overall, but like, huh? Nice to be getting shinies though. The funny thing was when I was playing the... Or actually every single time I'm in Scarlet and Violet and I'm just, you know, trying to either go to the story or go to the DLC story, whatever. I'll be finding like 3 shinies, and when I'm actually trying to shiny hunt, yeah, you get nothing. At least for me, that's the case. Like, I was looking for a nose pass for quite some time. Then I was looking for one day for the Destiny one, the chosen one for birthday mark for Yangmo, and there was a nose pass instead. Then again, lucky's like that though. I do be liking though that there is something like a special mark for a birthday, even though you can of course trick the game to be thinking that it's your birthday by switching the time, but it's still a nice one. It is a pretty common one, but then again, it's understandable. If I remember correctly, it's like 1 in 25 or 1 in 20. Usually they are 1 in 50 or 1 in 100. And there's the special ones that have different ones. Yeah, I'm planning as well to be going shiny hunting, like somewhere nearby to Scarlet and Violet again. There's few targets in mind that I would like to be going for. Minior and Glove comes to mind first. Because Nosepass was one of them, but I did get it randomly. I did get it randomly indeed. You've gotta love the random ones to be showing up. Because as I said, I'm quite interested to hunting the, in my eyes, the special cave-only starters. I'm quite interested in them. Yeah, I don't know if I will be actually doing them, but at least there's a bunch of options. You steal from Moon was laggy. But then again, I will still say that I don't understand the overall, like, thing of Scarlet and Violet Shinies being bad. Like, surely, like, it is, like, annoying to be missing a shiny, but at the end of the day, does it really matter too much, though? You can just get another one. Because, like, that's why I don't usually, like, turn around too much on one place. I will just be basically seeing what's in front of me. If there is shiny behind me, oh well, I can't see it. Because I will say that, of course, like, there's a certain charm for, like, random ones, like, you can't see it in the overworld ones. There's a certain element of surprise there more. But then again, I'm honestly quite happy myself that there is quite a good amount of, like, in quotes, new hunters that have come to hunting because of, like, Legends Arceus basically started and then go into Scarlet and Violet. It's like more casual shiny hunting in my eyes as well. Because you don't need to be running in one spot for hours upon end. You can be switching. It's just nice. Even though I will say that I personally be preferring the random ones from past games, but don't mind them. Be going for them every once in a while. Shiny is a shiny at the end of the day. Is it from Pokemon game, Pokemon Go's com days? Or is it from random one from somewhere? Speaking of Pokemon Go, it's spamming me notifications that there is a double EXP or double Stardust. It's spamming me the notification, I know. It has been going on for like 2 days already. It told me this like 5 times already. But I will say one thing on Scarlet and Violet that I don't really understand, specifically on Scarlet and Violet, is doing double hunting if it's not eggs. Because I guess it could be my brain just couldn't be handling it, because Scarlet and Violet for me are one of those games that I would need to be able to control also the camera all the time. And I don't personally at least have 4 hands, so I can't really be controlling the character and the camera at the same time on 2 different games. But like eggs I understand, because you're just like running in one place. Or the other way that people are doing, that they are gonna be collecting in one game and hatching on the other. Because that is like a hunt that could be easy to double hunt. Then again, each their own. Really hunts whatever way you want. It's just I don't understand it and I couldn't be doing it. I mean, I know some people are like surprised like that I can be doing you know 2 times hunting. Meanwhile someone is doing like 8 times hunting on the what is it, on like the Hoenn games, the original ones. Then again, the movements are the same in each game, so it's sort of like it's too hard. But still, it's cool to be seeing. But I don't think that I would be able to do it, at least for not like too long. So I'm just thinking that my hands probably would be starting to hurt quite quickly. Or more specifically, thumbs. Because I will say that with random encounters, the more or less 6 hours that I do some days, that is enough for me to be wanting to be having a few hours worth of break from doing anything, you know, with the thumb. I will say one thing though, that I know that some people like to use D-pad on like DS and stuff like that on the games that they can, of course. I just find that the D-pad is too small. I understand it's a small console and, you know, it's old thing. But for like, even though I don't have like big hands, I just find it too small and it's hurting my fingers. And also, usually the D-pads, they aren't the nicest quality-wise either. At least all the ones that I have had with the DS with the D-pad, it's always like very sharp corners. And I honestly will say that I like that the D-pad is not like a one big D-pad, it's like 4 different buttons instead. Could be because I'm more used to it. And of course, like, that makes it more like having more space as well. Yeah, I don't know, my problem with Scarlet and Violet for me personally is the case that there just honestly isn't too many Pokemons that I'm interested in hunting. Like, then there is of course the ones that I'm interested in. And of course I most likely or mostly will be going for based on whatever I'm feeling on doing. Like, surely do I tend to keep going on with the hunts that I have already going on, yes. Because I would like to be getting something. Something since I've already started the hunt there. Then again, I have some hunts that I have started in Scarlet and Violet and I have never finished them. One day. They'll be waiting there. We'll be waiting there indeed. I'm every single time that I see the stupid outfit that the dude is forced to be wearing in the Alola games, I'm so glad it's not a feature anymore. I'm so glad that you don't need to be wearing it. It's not like it's a bad looking thing. I mean, it is kind of a bunch of colors. But at the same time, you know, you spend hours upon hours making a cool looking character and then you're like If you're riding a Pokemon, you're like forced to be wearing another outfit instead. And this is the reason why I will be riding a Pokemon in here anyways, because I find that the Alola games are like very easy to start spinning compared to like any other game after that spinning was a thing. Like in Scarlet and Violet, sometimes it seems like it's impossible to start in. Sword and Shield, it's somewhat easy to do, but then again, makes sense because there's a Pokemon that literally evolves by spinning. But I don't know why, but indeed, the Alola games are the ones that I tend to like struggle with it the most. I guess because I like to do small circles that are fast. But then again, it could have changed as well. They could have made it harder to be doing each. Or it's just the case that the system is different, of course. That's always an option as well. And so another thing that I would kind of wish, like, even though it's not really a thing anymore, since ride outfits, they seem to be a thing of the past, I would kind of wish that we would have been able to customize them as well, even though there would have been just like few options to be choosing from. I understand that in Sword and Shield, for example, they wanted to be like kind of matching with the bike, at least the first one that you get. It's of course different if you will be customizing it afterwards. I understand that, and that's fine with me. And also, it's just like, as I said, not just a bunch of colors put together. Like it is indeed in Alola. Also, it's quite interesting as well to think about ride Pokemon that, you know, in both Sword and Shield and all the Alola games. When you're riding something, you need to be wearing a helmet. But then when you get a magical dragon thing to be riding with, then it's not necessary anymore. And considering that you can even fly with it, like free roam, fly with it, yeah, no helmet required. No helmet required indeed. What could ever go wrong? I guess if worst comes to worst, you always have your phone that is apparently a parachute. Also, Sojourner, long time no see, buddy. Nice to be seeing you around as well. 2% that almost never shows up. Yeah, I don't know why, but I find it indeed very interesting that they didn't have helmets indeed for quite some time in Pokemon games. Then they just started to add them and maybe they are removing them again. Like, I understand, of course, like, having a bike helmet when you're, riding a bike. Good thing, like, to teach kids. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I don't really understand. Like, as I said, it is understandable that teaching kids that wearing helmets is a good thing, but then again, if it would have been, again, from one of those things, if it would have been there from the beginning, then it would be making more sense. Not just add at some point. And again, as I said, the most logical place to be having them in indeed is when you're flying with a magical dinosaur, or not dinosaur, I mean, I guess it could be a dinosaur. Magical dragon. It's just this very interesting. I mean, I guess, like, one good thing about... Like, one, like, even better example of in Pokemon games, if you could be falling down with your bike, I think that would be a nice thing as well to be adding there. It doesn't really do too many things, but then again, wouldn't it be making sense? Even though most of the games, they are quite flat things, there is not like too many rocks randomly in places. And even if there is, you can't just physically go through them because it's the same thing that you would be hitting a wall, a small rock. The same thing. I most definitely can be going over this small rock. It's impossible. I mean, they did make it better in Scarlet and Violet that you could actually be going over stones. But then again, it is the magical dragon thing. So, maybe it knows how to do things better, balancing-wise, than a regular old bike. Even though it did get... In Sword and Shield, it did get a Pokemon inside it. I will say though that I kind of would wish that there would be more modes for the Rotom Pike. Even though I don't use it too much. But I would kind of wish... Like, maybe like after you have used it like a certain amount of time, maybe you could be getting even like better overall speed by pressing one like a button. Not just the temporarily boost that you can get. Of course, would it be again like just an extra button to be holding? Yes. But then again, you get better over time. And it isn't like a thing in real life anyways that riding a bike is quite difficult. I will say one thing, since I have been starting to watch like more YouTube shorts when, you know, I'm waiting on things. I just find it very unfortunate that there is like so many creators that are basically doing the same thing million times. I mean, I'm in general like that, and I don't just understand like why people are wanting to be seeing like the same exact thing bunch of different times. I mean, I guess shiny hunting do be quite like that, but it is different. But like literally from word to word and almost the same things every single time. It's just like, how? I mean, I get it, like that certain thing works for you, but it's just like, yeah, I have seen this today like 3 times today. I don't want to be seeing it again. Like, yeah, this thing once again. And like, the thing is as well that what frustrates me sometimes with the YouTube shorts the most, I guess it's the same thing with pretty much every single one of the same things, is that there's always the certain like POVs that are always the same. Like the middle child thing. Which I find very weird. Because I have never seen that to be a thing in real life. That a middle child is the forgotten one. And it could be as well because I just find them stupid, because in my opinion every child should be the same, in quotes, value. Because like I just don't understand that. But then again, each to their own. It's just, I don't get it. I will also say that when I was a kid, the sibling we as siblings, we weren't equal. But then again, I kind of get the idea that the youngest is the one that gets things the easiest one. But I just don't get why middle child is the one that is not cared about at all. Like, surely it can be the case, but it's just like, where to be seeing it so much? And also, again, it just becomes very repetitive at some point to be seeing basically the same thing. I will say one thing though that I love about YouTube Shorts. And a while ago there was added like a feature that you can say that I'm not interested in this. Because previously it was only like block the channel. But you can then just say that you're not interested in this kind of content because of this reason. It's a very nice feature indeed. I would just kind of would wish that I would just be able to just say, like, I'm not interested, and like then say that I'm just literally not interested in this kind of thing at all. It's just like not all the time the not interested, like after like the selections, after like why are you not interested in this? They don't always match too well for me. Because the thing is that like I try to like I don't like the ones that there is like pretty much getting someone else's content and putting half of the screen to be your content things. I don't know how to label it sometimes. But I don't want to see it, of course, because like I don't want to be seeing two different things happening and at the same time, especially if it's not like at all related to each other. Like on one side there is someone cooking and on the other side there is a POE. Yeah, those two go together. As I have said before about those things, I would just wish that there would be more things done for them. I know it's hard, but it just frustrates me that, you know, someone else is just using your content, not even crediting, and like literally just using the whole thing. I would wish there would be more things to be done with it. Oh, I'm attacking. Oh no, another whirlwind. Also, the sunset time does look quite pretty in here. I like it. Now that I actually think about the weather thing, because there's been like hailing today, or snowstorming, whatever my thing. I wonder, can you get marks on routes? Because I've talked about it today already, because on routes there usually is no such thing as weathers. It's usually only in wild areas. Or at least I have like almost never be seeing there being a weather in routes. Or it's like the one, a specific one, but could you be getting actually a mark on from the weather in here? Because it could be one of those like kind of stupid things that it's like locked only to wild areas. And I guess it could be kind of making sense because you can only get curry encounters from routes. So it could be kind of the things that, you know, wild areas have. Because I know that you can get, of course, like uncommon, whatever, things, those kinds of marks. Yeah, where I know that the weather affects spawns, it doesn't affect as much as it does on wild areas, of course. But I'm just wondering, does it also affect marks? Like, could I be getting the snow mark in here? But most of the routes in these games, they are like always be in the same weather. At least, as I said, for what I have seen. I rarely see. Yeah, I would like to say it's only the spawn pool as well, but you never know. You never know until you get one, I guess. Catching like 100 Pokemon in a route with a Mark Charm. Where there is a weather going on. But yeah, for most areas, honestly, as I said, the spawns for the Pokemons in the routes, they don't like change almost anything. For example, in here, if it's the... I think it's the Sunny, aka the, in quotes, normal one. It just makes Capture to be more likely to be found and makes the Mr. Mime to be a little bit less likely. It just doesn't like affect it too much. It's not like you will be getting completely different Pokemons like in wild areas. Which makes sense because usually routes are always be having the same pool no matter what. Also, I think this game is smart about one thing, which is a weird thing if they have actually done each. I'll actually double check. Double check thing though first. Actually, I'm on the right place. Yeah, this game is smart about one thing indeed. It doesn't display snow warning if there is already hail going on. Like in Scarlet and Violet, it would be displaying that there is a snow warning. Snow warning is trying to do its thing, but it just says that it fails. I wonder why they did actually make that change. I guess because the weather can be changing so drastically. But it's strange still. I don't think that snow warning would be changing too drastically between these games and Scarlet and Violet. I don't really see a reason why it would at all. Let's see. He's literally saying the same thing. The usual thing, then you can extend it, of course, to 8 turns from 5 turns that it usually is. If heavy rain, extreme harsh sunlight, or strong winds are present, snow roaring will fail to be activated. It doesn't say anything that if there is already thing going on. This is not, I mean, I guess strong winds. So yeah, it is indeed smart. It did get a change though for Scarlet and Violet. Snow warning now summons snowstorm instead of hail. I honestly don't know which is the difference between the two, but anyways. Like, what is the difference between the two, but it is what it is. Do you want to be getting a Vulpix? The Alolan kind with a hidden ability of Snow Warning. I don't know about you, but for me, I would probably be getting more usage out of Snow Cloak. I will say one thing about the Snow Warning though, and Pokemon's having like another ability that would be actually benefiting from having the snow going on. Like, why can't you just like have a move slot to be having like hail and then be getting the benefits from each for the other ability? As I said, I guess there is some kind of use for it, but I personally will be preferring not not to be having that. Oh. No, shoot. Yeah, they did remove like almost every single one in Scarlet and Violet outside of battle effects. It's like ridiculous how many were removed. I kind of get like something like Harvest because sandwiches now do the same thing. But then again, why not? It's such a shame because they were a cool thing. I mean, at least something like Flame Body does still work with eggs. But yeah, it is such a shame that so many were removed. Why should Chester for like huge charm white is in the thing? Because it might be messing up with like the Pokemon spawning thing. Huge charm indeed. Yeah, it is such a shame, honestly. But I guess they just thought because things are in the overworld now, they don't need to be working. It's interesting though that they actually didn't do anything with the nature thing. I completely forgot about it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's only indeed with eggs abilities work. It's outside of battle, that is. which is a shame. Well, I mean, I won't say no that they are working. That's a nice thing because, oh god, hatching eggs would be taking quite a bit of time longer. Even though you can like speed boost with the dude, but still. Oh. Yeah. I know, like... Yeah, they stack with egg power. I don't personally use egg power when I'm hatching. I only use it when I'm getting the eggs, because I just think it's a waste of the egg power to be using it for hatching. Because it's already like... With Flame Potty, I can get starter eggs to be hatching in a minute. Like 5 stack. So for me, that is like fast enough. Hello there, kid. How are you doing? How are you doing indeed? Yeah, you get Flame Body very quickly. You don't get access to Egg Power Boost too early, though. If I remember correctly, this quite a wait. Oh, that's good to hear. You're doing fine. Are you hunting anything today? Nice. Good luck with the hunts then. If you decide to do some later. But yeah, another one that people were very upset that, like, outside of battle effects did get removed was Q Charm. It was, like, even bigger, like, probably the biggest one that people were upset about. I mean, thankfully you can find with relatively ease both Vespaquin and Zalassel in the wild. Oh, nice. Good luck with them. They can be quite hard. I remember when I was doing them. It's honestly very nice of them to be getting Iron Leaves and Walking Wake again. Because that's the third time, by the way, that they have been adding them, because first time was a flop. And the second time it did go well, but I think because of the second part for the DLC they did add them again, so dudes that did miss them can get them again. I unfortunately will not be getting them again. Because it still should be 1 per save file for both. If they are special. Yeah, isn't the case with like most of the 7 stars or like higher star things, or aka the special ones? As it was the case with the starters as well, that they were 1 per save file. Yeah. Do you know is the... or was the item bundle like that as well, or was it like... also available like a bunch of times? Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I don't care too much about the event rates myself. I think one of the only like event things that you could be getting more than once was the gimme goal. Because you could technically be getting an infinite amount of them. And they were even more special because there was a chance to be getting a shiny one of the bunch. Twitch might be, or the bot, whoever is deciding the link things. If there was a dot there between the two words, it might be thinking that it's a website. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. It's just Twitch just does that. It isn't like you're getting warning out about it anyways. It just doesn't display it. But yeah. There's some things indeed that Twitch is... or like there's like certain like things that if you like do dodge something, it's like a website like .com thing is whatever is the ending part of that. It might be like an actual like website thing. Nice. Yeah, it is sometimes very hard to be getting into the event rates, especially if you only have one game and you try to get the other one instead. It's a pain to be trying to get them, or get into them. The way that I did do it is that I was looking into... like, I was looking for, of course, Walking Wake because I was playing Violet. And then when I did get Walking Wake, I did just... I did just be getting the other one. I will just be hosting it myself. I will say one thing I would kind of wish to be the case is to be able to transfer EXP candies between two files. You know, you have your main file and then you might be doing a challenge run or whatever, or just want to play it again for funsies. It would be nice to be able to just transfer EXP candy to the other game. I mean, I guess you could be switching to the other game and then give the EXP candies, but... Why can't I give my friend a bunch of Master Balls? Yeah. I get it why some people want to be playing Pokemon games bunch of times. I'm personally not that kind of person, but I understand it. Like, technically every game is more or less replayable. Some have more replayability than others for sure. In Pokemon's case, you can just be doing different challenges. Yeah, that's what I did as well with my shiny badge quest as well. Like, as soon as I did notice that I was in the levels that I could be, like, easily be defeating them, I would be using it. Yeah. I don't personally care about EV training, but yeah, understandable. I'll just roll personally with whatever team. I can't be bothered. Personally. But as I said, I do be understanding the feel of it. Nice. Hope you get lucky with it. If I remember correctly, I think mine did took like maybe few hours to be getting them. Both, that is. Yeah, that's understandable, yeah. Terrorists, they can be a pain. Yeah, but can't you just, like, select the... specifically the Iron Leaves less Walking Wake because they are special? So in that it's kind of easier, I guess. At least it was the case before. But yeah, they can sometimes be very full. But then again, maybe bunch of people could honestly be doing them right now. Because, you know, free from school or from work. So like, now could be like a good time that people are actually doing a bunch of them. Yeah, I remember when I was doing the Walking Wake and Iron Leaves that getting to 4 the Walking Wake grades, it was kind of a pain. And I will say that I was probably the most useless one in there because I didn't have like a good team. Like, I didn't have a good Pokemon there, I just hope for the best basically. I mean, I did then, like, if I tried to use, like, the most optimal Pokemon that I did have. I mean, I'm not too surprised. It's unfortunate, but I'm not too surprised. That's why I don't tend to do too many of the... that's why I don't tend to do too many of the online ones. Because I just know that there is indeed very legitimate Pokemon punch there. Yeah. This very interesting indeed. And the thing is also that, like, unfortunately there's like some Pokemons that they have definitely been... oh, yo, let's go. You got the dude. Nice. Yeah, because the unfortunate thing is that some, like, Pokemons, they have definitely been getting the kind of the name that they are always questioned. Is that legitimate or not? I'm pretty sure that they are 100%. I mean, I have never heard they would be breaking out. At least it was for me. And I did get both of them at first throw. I guess you're trying to do like a funny matchy-matchy Pokeball then. I did that myself. I like to do funny matchy-matchy Pokeballs. Unlike the Raid Dance in Sword and Shield, they are unfortunately not 100%. Nice. Yeah, DAs are 100%. I mean, I guess kind of they are not, because if you have the legendary, then you can't catch it. But apart from that, they are indeed 100% chance as well. But a random dance in Sword and Shield Day. If I remember correctly, it's like I have... like, I don't know if it's true or not, but I have heard like a thing like years ago that it's 100% catch rate for the dude who is hosting each. But it's just like strange if that's the case. Yeah. Thankfully only the legendary is the only exception. If you take a random one, it's not gonna be like locked for, like, you can never be catching it in there. Oh. Yeah, I think the Pokédex would be displaying it for the blueberry one, right? It should be displaying that. That if you have it there. I guess it could be the case for me not having the greatest teams. But I think for me it was easier to be getting... I think for me it was easier to be getting the iron leaves and walking awake. Yeah. Imagine remembering things. Yeah, that's basically what I do as well. It isn't, of course, nicest for like the other players, but at least you know I try. And the good thing is that if your Pokemon actually like sucks, you can always be cheering, I guess, or doing the shouting thing. I don't know how useful it is in every situation, but they can be helpful though. Mount Aquila, is there Pokemons there? Thank you. There is Pokemons. I didn't run out of Pokemons. Yeah, and now an almost immediate one, of course. Oh, you did again see me through the wall, lovely. Sure. Oh, hello, Snowburn. I guess I could be going to 800 checks today. That would make sense, yeah. It's electric type, and the other one is a water type. Yeah, it would be making sense. I think the ones that I did like see a lot of people to be using against Walking Wake was either Iron Hands or Miraidon. They were the two that were used. Then there was quite a variety against the Iron Leaves, honestly. Was quite a variety what people did use against that. Yeah, makes sense. I honestly wonder if they will be doing anything special, like when we are gonna be getting something in Kitakami next month. Like a special event thing again. Yeah. It is quite like that. It is honestly quite a good amount of times with legendaries that they're just gonna be sitting on the box or in the boxes doing absolutely nothing. I mean, most of the time it's the same thing with the shinies and pretty much every Pokemon that you get anyways. It's just gonna be sitting on the box. At least they don't have technology like that yet, that they could be escaping from the boxes. Nice. I have never really gone out of my way to be training a Pokemon to level 100. It usually just happens over time. I just don't specifically go for level 100. And for me, it's honestly the case that as long as like it's over the highest level Pokemon, because then like sheer cold and those kinds of things, they are not gonna be working. Yeah. But then again, in like newer Pokemon games, like in Sword and Shield and in Scarlet and Violet, if you are just doing either the chancy thing in Scarlet and Violet or you're doing a bunch of raids, you're gonna be getting a ridiculous amount of EXP candies, so it's easy to be leveling them up. And then again, each to their own. It is mindless thing to do, though. To be reading up Pokemon to level 100. Nice. Yeah, it is. And I guess there is every once in a while like those special like not chancy but blissey things that you're getting a ridiculous amount of them, right? At least there was at some point, there was like you could be getting a ridiculous amount of them. Yeah. I think you can change the Terra type of the Pokemon with them. I don't ever use them myself. I think you can be changing the Terra type with Terra Shards. Yeah, that's why you sometimes see like Pokemons having weird Terra types, like the ones that they usually can't be having. Yeah. Honestly, that's one of the only things that I actually did learn from the school lessons. That there is a place to be changing your Terra type. Nice. Yeah, you can make ridiculously OP Pokemons with certain Pokemons. It's nice to be having that be the case, though. At least I guess the nice thing is with the event ones is that even if you have captured it once, you can still like challenge it. So it's not like it's completely locked from you. Yeah. I think I have actually used, and I think I have used like iron leaves like at one point to try and defeat one raid. But that's basically what I have been doing with it. Nothing else. Just being there. Because they're decently high level, so they work quite nicely from like the get-go. Nice. What's the best nature, by the way, for iron thorns? I think it's adamant as well. Not completely sure though. Which one of them are you talking about, Greninja? Yeah, I thought so as well. Yeah. Because, fun fact, I did get a shiny Iron Thorns who is adamant nature and also did have the booster energy item, whatever my thing. And reminder, I don't have charm. That's quite a nice find. You have 2 walking wakes? Interesting. Was it an online raid or was it the one that you did on your own? Oh, yeah. That, yeah. It's only one per safe, like, if you have captured it, yes. If you haven't captured it, then yeah. You can catch it. Catch it indeed. Polychode is a very nice shiny though. Yeah, do be liking the wet textures, honestly. As weird as it sounds, the wet textures, they look very nice in Scarlet and Violet. Nice. I also have 2 of each, because I did do one in Scarlet, one in Violet. Or like one set on both games. So, like, technically you could get as many as you want of both of the Iron Leaves and Walking Wake, but every single time you would need to be Starting a new game. Do you know, by the way, how does obedience work in raids? I would like to say that it works the same, of course. But it could be, you know, a weird thing. And like they obey you in there. Yeah, I thought so. That would be... It's a weird thing. But I mean, I guess makes sense, but... I thought so. That would be the case. So technically it would be easy then, like as soon as you get access to the terror raids. Like those kinds of terror raids, you could just like transfer like a Pokemon to that game and then just get easily a bunch of the Iron Leaves and Walking Wakes. You just indeed need to be restarting the game every single time. I mean, I don't know who would be doing that, but it is surprisingly easy then. That's good spawn mechanics, what do you mean? There's honestly a lot of places where that's the thing, that there's Pokemons inside each other. It's even weirder when they're looking at different directions though. It is honestly kind of weird that like Pokemons themselves, they don't have hitboxes to other Pokemons, they only have for the player. But I guess it is like kind of helpful, so more Pokemons, like they are not gonna be glitching as much. So it's easier to be having them, not to be having collisions towards each others. I don't know if it's because I have heard way too many times above a snow's cry, but it sounds like a lawnmower. Oh yeah, it's completely nighttime now. Meanwhile, on Ultra Moon, it's just becoming daytime. I mean, it did be like it was already daytime, like or morning technically. It's been morning there for 2 hours. I will say honestly, this place, I don't mind which time of day it is. This place looks quite nice in whatever shall be the time of day. I guess because you don't see the pinkness of the place, even though I do be absolutely loving the pink on some routes. This place looks like nice. I mean, the weather definitely can be having something to do with it, of course, but still very nice. You're 28%. There is a Pokemon that it's 30%. I see less. And it's the ice cream. Speaking of which, there it is. It's another Darumaka. I will say one thing about Scarlet and Violet that feels quite weird to me is that since there like hasn't been that much time between the first and the second part of the DLC, I just feel like the games are older than they actually are. Because, you know, DLCs, they usually are only one part and then, you know, the next part comes in the, like, next year or so. It just, for whatever reason, feel like they're older than they actually are. A little bit over a year, yeah, like year and like a month or so. Scarlet and Violet. But I just feel like they would be like 2 years because it just seems like 2 years because indeed the DLC was in 2 parts. I mean, I guess technically 3, but it's not like we're probably. I don't think that we're gonna be getting too much content out of the thing happening in January. I will say, even though it would be nice, of course, to be getting more Pokemon games, but at the same time, I would wish that there wouldn't be a Pokemon game, like, at least next year. I mean, there could be, if there is gonna be a DLC, then that's fine, but I don't want, like, a new game. I want there to be more time in between. Yeah, I want to, because, like, sure, is it nice to be getting more Pokemon games? Yes, but it's also a lot nicer when they are being worked on. Yeah. That's the thing why I still, as much as I like Scarlet and Violet nowadays a lot more than when I like being like from the beginning, or compared to the beginning, because the beginning was so bad. Like, surely it was fun because it was, you know, new, but apart from that, like, yeah. But I don't think that there's gonna be a new game next year. Like, I think maybe 2025 there could be a new game. Because it's about like 3 years between like each generation, more or less. But I guess like Gen 8, especially at the end, it just feels like there was so much content because there was the remakes and Legends Arceus like happening within a year. And wasn't the new games as well within the same year? Like, there was a ridiculous amount of new Pokemon games, like, in a year. Like, I don't mind it, but at the same time... At the same time, though... it's a little overwhelming. Yeah... And then again in November there was Scarlet and Violet. Yeah. They were pretty much all of those 3 games were in 1 year. That's honestly probably why like last year did like feel like it was very long Pokemon game wise. Because there was just so much. So many things happening there. And honestly, I will say one thing, I kind of feel bad for PDSP since Legends Arceus did like come out so soon after. Soon after they were like released. Because, I mean, it's not like they would have been getting anything like too many things content wise, but at least, you know, give more time, but they did what they did. But yeah. I mean, the thing with the thing was as at least that they weren't all produced by the same people. The remakes were from someone else. Oh, thank you for the follow. But yeah. Yeah. It is sometimes a shame that when all the games that you want to play, they are released like at the same time basically. Thankfully I don't have too many games like that, but I can completely understand it. And yeah, there needs to be like, of course, in games, like too much time is too much time, of course. Like between the two games, if there's gonna be a sequel or whatever. But there needs to be like a nice balance, like it's like not too early but not too late. Because the thing is, you can't be polishing the game for 7 years. Because the thing is, I don't think it's gonna be getting any better. It was the thing that was said to us when I was doing my big, like, last school project was that, you know, at some point it needs to be done. Because it's the truth, at some point it needs to be done. Because you can't just be trying to be making it better and better. Because if you try to make it better and better, at some point it is going to be getting worse. But yeah. It is sometimes weird though that how many like ingots good games are gonna be released like very little time in between the two, but then again, usually, you know, games are in the development for years, so everyone just happened to be ready at the same time. It is funny how that can happen like that sometimes. All of them just happen to be like ready at the same exact time. Which can be unfortunate if you would like to play all of them, like... But the good thing is still with single player games, they can wait. They can wait indeed. But yeah, I don't think that I personally would be enjoying to play too many of those multiplayer games that you like absolutely have to be playing like in quotes all the time to be, you know, be getting everything that the game has to offer. Because the thing is that if I don't do it, then I feel bad because I want to be collecting things. I like collecting things. So if I'm aiming for everything and I need to be playing it all the time, I'm not gonna be liking it too much. Yeah, they are. But at least the good thing with both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is that, as I said, they are not multiplayer games. So you can like start a thing. You could be starting like Breath of the Wild like years ago and then complete it like 10 years from now. Yeah, but Breath of the Wild, for example, is one of those games like, and Tears of the Kingdom as well. Where do you draw the line of 100%? Because speedrunners don't really know that either. At least it was the case for Tears of the Kingdom for quite some time. Yeah, it is. I like to do 100% for the games as well. If it starts to become like too tedious, then I might skip out on it. Like there is one game that is a single player game that I would need to like start up every 4 hours or so to be getting new things. So I could be collecting everything, and it's not really a thing that I want to do. It's kind of stinky. Like, I get it that they are meant to be like, you would be collecting over time that you play the game, actually. But the problem is that you can only hold a certain amount of the item at the same time. So you would need to use them, and when I was playing it the first time I didn't know that, so... it kind of sucks. Well, maybe one day I'll do that. Yeah, exactly. Of course, it's like the best thing to be going with the games is that do whatever you like, and as I said, the case of single player games, you can always complete it later if you have the feeling. You can do them whenever. Yeah, there is so many things to do in Skyrim. Fun fact, I don't know what I did do in one of my Skyrim files. But one mission where I need to get a dude out of a place, the dude doesn't get out of it, no matter what I do. And the problem is that literally the only way to fix it is to reload a save, like, before the bug happened. But, you know, it's kind of impossible because I didn't notice at first. So it's, like, too late. Which is a shame. Yeah, I'm softlocked from completing that a certain, like, thing, but it's fine. I can do anything else on the game, but I just that mission can never be completed if it for whatever reason doesn't all of a sudden start working, which it apparently can. But if it happens, it happens. But yeah, thankfully I did check out like what is like the reward from that mission, and it's basically nothing. So it's not like I'm missing out on like an incredible item. So that is at least nice. And I mean, thankfully in Skyrim most of the things are not too necessary to be getting in one certain way anyways. You can get most of the things another way as well. And also, maybe Skyrim is one of the buggiest games of all time, no matter what version you're playing it on. It's so weird how it still can be such a bug mess. Unfortunately, soon done for today. Very sad. We'll be continuing tomorrow then. I'm glad that I was able to do 800 checks though in 6 hours. It's a pretty decent amount. Thank you for the follow. Where am I? In what menu am I? Thank you. Can run away. And we'll continue tomorrow I will start about the same time that I did today, as it is usually the case. That dude. It's having troubles to be running away, even though it should be 100% of the time to be able to run. But yeah, do we have any raid suggestions though? Would like to raid someone. Any suggestions for that? Don't get an encounter there. Yeah, indeed. Tomorrow, more of this, and then most likely on Saturday, Eveltal raids continue. It would be nice to be getting again, like, a decent amount of done. Yesterday was a very successful one. Like my usual amount that I will be able to get as max is like 15. Yesterday was 25. It was a very lucky day to be getting the Ace to be actually be completable. And I liked it. So of course it's a lot more closer to the odds. I wouldn't like to be getting the checks done. On Aquila is once again doing the usual, getting encounters. Lovely. Would be nice to be getting Darumaka to be the last one indeed, but let's see. Let's see, is it going to be or not? It's an bonus, no, of course. Yeah, that's 800 checks though. That's indeed pretty decent. It's indeed pretty decent. Yep, that's going to be it for today then. As I said, tomorrow, same thing pretty much. I still hope that I will be able to get the Mount Lanakila done. But we shall see though, we shall see. But have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today and get over festive as well. And also thank you so much for watching and sticking around. But yeah, I'll go ahead and start a raid. But until tomorrow.